All right, good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having yourselves a fantastic start to the AM there. Sorry, my dog just slipped and crashed somehow. I don't know how he pulled that off. But yeah, hope everyone has themselves a fantastic day. Enjoyed the day off there yesterday and are feeling refreshed, recharged, and ready to go. So, first things first, a little bit of a flex, I guess. But next Monday, there will be no stream. I'm going to be going to the NFC East Championship game. Go Birds. And just could not get a flight that would allow me to stream in the morning there on Monday. So apologies to everyone for that. And then, yeah, besides that, right, obviously, yesterday, the second most important thing that got decided was the Trump inauguration. Definitely some pretty crazy headlines that came out of that. A tremendous amount of like executive orders, all that kind of fun stuff. And so certainly seems like the market might be a little bit drunk on headlines here for the next little bit. And that should definitely create a pretty nice volatile opportunity. Now, very often, right, in scenarios like this ends up being a like buy the rumor, sell the news type scenario, right? And you're going to be very, very interested to see if markets had essentially priced in the Trump enthusiasm, at least early on, versus how much of that is actually going to come into play here today. So, not to say that we won't get volatility, not to say we can't get upside, not to say we can't get any of those things. Just want to be a little bit cautious, right? To not think, oh, this narrative must mean this for the markets, right? I think we need to maintain just a relatively like consistent view and approach over that and trade the price action in front of us, not the headline that we prefer. And I think if we just focus on that, I think we're going to be in great, great shape. The other element, right, really kind of the theme of the year here so far, and I'd like to see it change at some point, just because it makes my life easier, less stressful, put less pressure on myself. But I would love to be a little bit, like find a little bit of a better balance of being picky but profitable. It's not very fun starting the day off with a loss and then having to make that back just to be green on the day. So having more opportunities to just be able to compound early doors, that's sort of really now the focus. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm going to change anything here. I'm not going to make like wholesale changes, nothing dramatic, nothing crazy. It's going to be still about focusing on losing as small as I possibly can when I'm wrong, so that those losses don't compound negatively. But, back in my mind, right, the longer term focus here is on not starting as many days off 0 for 1, right? If I could go 1 for 1 to start the day off and then go 3 for 3 or 2 for 3, that will make it a lot easier for me to maintain that green and to make those green days even bigger. What we've, at least what I've found here a little bit is, as I've been switching to being a little bit more of a aggressive trader, my percentage of green days has increased, but my win rate has dropped a little bit. And I'd like to see both my win rate to now increase just a tad, and if I could get that to go, then my percentage of green days will be even higher. So if I could go from 50% win rate, 55% win rate to a 60% win rate, I'll go from being 80% of my days green to 90% of my days green, and that will be a tremendous improvement, right, in the bottom line at the end of the year. So that's something to definitely focus on and think about here, but not to the point where I'm going to make any dramatic changes or like try to reinvent the wheel. That's a gradual focus and gradual shift, and kind of like the next evolution, right, once we've made this kind of initial change. So with that being said, enough ranting and raving here. Let's start mapping things out this morning. Let's figure out what we want to do and then go from there. So no economic data scheduled here today. Fine. And yeah, let's get after it. So what's the count here on ES? Let's start there. So what's the count here, team? What's the count? Yeah, 2 out of 3 here to the upside without volume, spot on, right? Continuing to look for that trend line breakout. For every reason, it feels like Friday was much longer ago than what it actually was. My mouse is fucked. 2 out of 3 to the upside without volume. And so we're looking for a ORB breakout towards 6,100, right? Our starting point here is going to be 60.80. And then 60.90, 6,100, and we'll go 61.10, 61.20, 61.30. Would this give us a downside scenario here today? Or how do we feel about that? Yeah, we absolutely would get downside opportunities, right? So we're going to be targeting a move down towards 6,000. And then beyond. So we'll go 6,000, 59.90, 59.80, 59.70, 59. 60. Cool. That's plenty of space. Make sense? Alright, cool. NQ, what's the count? Similar, not so similar. How do we feel? Pretty similar, right? 2 out of 3 here to the upside without volume. And so we're looking for a move here now towards 21.9, right? That's kind of the starting point. And then 22. Gosh, 22 seems weird to say. 22.1, 22.2, 22.3. I mean, that's plenty of space there. And then to the downside, right, we'd be basically looking for a rejection back down towards 21.4. So we'll go 21.4. 21.3, 21.200, yada, yada, yada. Cool. All right, CL. Having a nice little sell-off here last couple days. Definitely looking for a good level of continuation. Pretty aggressive volume, right, to start the day off here. We're already at bigger volume, right, than what we saw there yesterday, which is pretty fascinating. Don't see that here too often. So we're calling this inside bar, right? And then we're looking for a move down towards like 74. And then technically, right, with an inside bar, we could play like a mean reversion setup, targeting back up towards sort of 78. So ORB fake out, then breakout towards. And we're looking for a move towards 77.80. So we'll go 76, 76.50, 77, 77.50. Where is it? And then 77.80. Cool. All right, Apple. Gapping down here, inside bar. So you could look for like a BB reversal type scenario, or right, you're looking for a trend continuation. Right, Apple gapping down and everything else, or NQ's gapping up. Pretty interesting. Be looking for a breakdown here also under basically a gap fill and go, or a 225 breakdown, right? Okay, Tesla, 3 for 3 here to the upside. Not a great 3 for 3. Oh, man, this mouse is going to drive me nuts today here, team. Apologies in advance. So we're looking for a 440 breakout here today. And then no real dip buy scenarios because that candle is weak. All right, Microsoft in good shape here, right? Continuing to be in good shape here on my swing. 2 out of 3 here to the downside with volume. But again, higher highs, higher lows, right? So we're seeing some bullish characteristics even though it's a bearish candle. And then we're looking for a pop. If we're going to get above, it's got to be above 434. And I would say this is setting up as an inside bar. So I'm going to leave this without being particularly tradable here to the upside or to the downside. I'm just going to go NA, NA. Okay, Amazon, I was going to say AMD. What a rip up here higher. 3 for 3 to the upside. And then we're looking for a 230 breakout here or a gap fill and go. And then NA here to the downside, right? Trend line breakout on volume, big gap up. All the narratives are telling us that we've got good bullish momentum. So let's see if we can go from there. Okay, AMD, 3 for 3 here to the upside. Not a strong 3 for 3, right? Kind of looks a bit more like Tesla than it does Amazon. Right, so I'm going to look for a 123 breakout here and no gap dip buy scenario, right? Awesome. NVIDIA, inside bar. Nailed that call on Friday. So now we're looking for a 139 breakout, right? Or a breakdown here under previous day's range. And then that would be 133. So probably a little bit easier to get the breakout here to the upside. But let's cross that bridge when we get to it. Ooh. Coffee is hot this morning. Beautiful. All right. Meta. Fake out higher, fake out lower. Still opening up in the implied middle. Not a great looking candle. 2 out of 3 here with volume. And this is setting up as an inside breezy. So after Zuck got caught looking at Bezos's missus wardrobe choice there yesterday, no dramatic improvement or pain point here on Meta. So let's see if this thing wants to give us any level of enthusiasm. Think it probably still needs to give us that wedge breakout here. So let's see if we can get that to happen before we really jump too aggressive. Okay, Netflix. Inside bar. Is that earnings today? So we're going to leave this be. And we're going to go NA here. So just let it go until earnings tomorrow. And then Google, 199.17, gapping up over yesterday's open, or sorry, Friday's close. So it is technically a 2 out of 3 here to the downside with volume. Looks like gapping up over the range. So kind of invalidates a little bit of that selling pressure. But at this point, I'm going to look for just like a 200 breakout, right? And then the bear case is like a textbook Bollinger Band reversal. Sweet. And then VIX hanging out 15 spots, 7-8. So the fear is evaporating from the market. We'll see if that sustains, essentially. I'm not sure if it will. But yeah, we definitely have a reason to be probably more bullish than bearish. But we don't have a super consistent narrative here from our leading names, right? There's a little bit of like I don't know, just like a little bit of a mixed bag narrative. I'm not going to say like anything super aggressive or anything along those lines, but not all of our names are giving us super consistent stories here yet. So I'm going to be just a little bit patient, right? A little bit cautious. Don't want to get caught up in the chop here early. And like mental capital reserves are full, feeling sharp, feeling kind of optimistic. So let's take advantage of what the market wants to give us, and let's not get too pot committed, right, to our thesis. Let's trade the price action in front of us, not what we want price action to do. And if we can just really focus on keeping our losers small and, you know, adding to our winners and really emphasizing those key elements, then we're going to be in just fine shape, and we're going to be okay, right, from a P&L perspective. So let's see what the market gives us here this morning, and hopefully we can get ourselves a lot of joy here today and really kick things off. Any questions here, team? Anything I didn't go over? Anything missing? Awesome. Yeah, anything you guys would add to the start here tab? Anything that you feel like is missing? Anything, team? Anything you feel like I should add to it? Sounds good. All right, so I'm going to go make myself a quick cup of coffee, spend just a couple minutes here visualizing a successful trading day, and then we'll jump back on here in a few minutes. All right, team. So just a couple minutes here, right, until markets open. Generally a little bit more of a bullish bias than a bearish bias, but a little bit, maybe paranoid's not the right term, but definitely a little bit cautious of potentially some of the headline risk, right? That's probably inevitable here today. And just that some of our stories, right, from our leading names aren't super consistent. So we're seeing some good momentum, right, on some names, some kind of periods of consolidation on others, and then some names like Netflix, for example, right, are starting to wait for their earnings that are starting and kicking off here this week. So definitely want to be a little bit patient, right? I don't want to front run into something. I don't need to jump into anything here too aggressively, and just make sure that I'm putting myself in a situation where preserving mental capital, losing small, and maintaining, basically just like my positive outlook on life is the priority, right? I want to avoid that feeling as if this is the trade that needs to bail me out, or this is the trade that I have to be correct on, or something along those lines. And it's much easier for me to avoid that sensation, or to avoid that like pot committed feeling, if I'm cutting my losers very quickly, right? I'm being deliberate with how I'm defining what strength looks like before and after a trade. And the more binary I can make things, the less mental capital I have to use when I'm in a position, which then makes it easier for me to take more positions, right? To take more trades, to take more ideas, to take more concepts. And hopefully, right, that makes it easier for me to be green. So that's really the primary focus here. It's been a pretty good month from a P&L perspective, but I've probably taken a few more losing trades than I would have liked at this point. So really not trying to like overcorrect, but trying to make sure that I am solving for the right things and not falling in love with like vanity metrics, right? I've said this before, but I think win rate's a little bit of a vanity metric, but a higher win rate with a high risk reward creates more margin for error. And I think in general, if I'm going to describe what like my trading ethos is on a day-to-day basis, is I'm trying to have as much margin of error as I can, right, with my decisions. And so trying to optimize for that, trying to solve for that, trying to get better at managing that will just set me up to be more successful here. And we'll see if we can get a nice focus on that here today. So primary focus, right, trade the price action that's in front of me. Focus number 2, right, be the best loser I possibly can be. Focus number 3, right, add to winners and make my winning positions as impressive as possible. And then focus number 4, right, define what my trades should look like before and after I get into them, and then the cues for what I would need to continue to hold onto those winning or losing trades for them to kind of flip around, right? So the objective here today is be more specific, be more objective with your analysis, and then use that as a way of preventing you from dipping into the mental capital reserves, and basically just keep your head above everything else. So do that, we're gonna be in great shape, and the market should reward us here with some pretty nice volatility. Make sense? Cool. All right, so a little bit of selling pressure here early, nothing crazy by any means. What's interesting about the selling pressure here? Sorry, what's interesting about this NQ breakdown here? That would maybe make it a bit appealing. Yeah, the volume, sure. But I'm thinking about something else. Yeah, right. That it broke and held under 700. So possibly a little bit of a, we'll see if we can get a good reaction. Basically, either separation away from that, right, to the upside, or separation below here to the downside. So again, right, possibly crack it back under 700, but we're still looking for that separation either below or under, and we haven't really gotten anything here yet. So if we're going to be judging that as a early indication of what price action is going to be like, what is that telling us? Yeah, maybe a little bit of an indecisive day where we're not getting the reactions where we expect, right? Now, it doesn't mean that can't change, but so far, right, a little bit of a $5 or 5 points above 700, right? 5 points under 700. No real clear winner or loser at that area. So for now, right, that tells us, hey, it probably pays to be more patient than it does to be aggressive here, short term. There's been, yeah, neither a tremendous amount of like liquidation here under, right, or a tremendous amount of acceptance. So let's see if now, I was going to say thou. Let's see if now it can start to give us a little bit of enthusiasm, right, as we start to get a move away from it. A little bit of early selling pressure on some of our tech names. So if they want to be dumpy, right, that should give us good joy. Yeah, there's limit down on futures and there's limit up to futures. I don't think you've hit those numbers. Okay, so starting to watch NQ here to the downside. Same with ES. ES may be a little bit of an easier trade. Let's see. Targeting towards 600 maybe. I think ES probably just a little bit easier. Has its full range to basically go, whereas NQ maybe not as much. I'm going to focus more on ES. Okay, so stop loss would be, we'll call it 60-60 right now. I'll call it 60-50. Be looking at like 4 contracts here, right? Potentially. All right, guys. So I am in at 58, 658, 60-58, sorry. And I have 4 contracts here. Beautiful so far here. Beautiful. So let's see if this thing can keep flushing lower and really push down. But so far so good here. So far so good. Now, what we want to see, right, to define strength on this trade, we'd like to see it hold, right, under our entry price and on a strong candle with increasing volume. If I don't get those characteristics, I will look to close this trade as my P&L is increasing instead of hoping I'm going to get maximum follow through towards my profit target. But so far, so good here. $800 to start the day off. I cannot complain about that. Kind of spoke it into existence here today, right? Kind of spoke it into existence. Okay, let's see if we can keep flushing here. Good volume, right? Not bad. Okay, watch this flush here now. Gotta go quick. So potentially might be able to build up some more position sizing here. Stop loss. See if it can survive this pullback. I don't like that little fake out. It's gotta die. Doesn't give me a chance to pyramid in. So no attempt. Only one retest of my entry price. So I'm still holding out for now, but I'm starting to think, hey, this isn't behaving the way that I want. So no reason to let this go red on me, right? So I'm now being very cautious, watching for any signs of like capitulation, right? Or like that bears are, I don't know what that was going to be. That bears are exhausted. It's gotta die. Motherfucker. That trade feels like a loss. So short 58.50 to closing at just protecting entry price. Was green big but didn't take it. Got stopped out protecting entry once it faked out lower. Up from 900-ish bucks to break even feels like a loss. So that was a bit of a pain in the butt, to be honest. So ES, can we go red to green here potentially? Very much so. Big volume on that reversal. That could very well be in play. Decent fake out here. Problem with ES to the upside. Tough to get the sizing here. Do just want to catch my my head for a moment. I feel pretty dumb about that last trade. It was green big, got greedy. And instead of being up 500 bucks, 900 bucks, I'm up, or sorry, down like 32. So that feels really stupid. How's chat doing? Everyone okay? Fair play. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think there was just, I got a little bit too too hopeful that it was going to be the one that runs, maybe. Motherfucker. I would just say I'm a little bit disappointed with myself on that one. Yeah, no, I mean, the reason to have closed the trade, Sammy, right, was then once it makes that fake out lower and it just climbs higher quickly, that's not a sign of strong bears, even though it's increasing volume, right? So that should have been my reason to get out. And I didn't take it. I got hopeful that I was going to get bailed out, right? So if it makes a fake out, if it makes a lower low, if it starts to make its move and it doesn't sustain that move, I'm getting hopium on pullbacks. Oh, this is going to be different. And that doesn't really work. So that was what was dumb. Right, because if I'm defining what a strong trade looks like, a strong trade makes lower lows or makes higher highs and is able to sustain them. When it makes it right when the candle opens and then just pulls back right away, that no longer feels like strength, right? So, it's kind of where I think I fucked up. And it's seeing it being from up, you know, $900 to being a small loss, that's what makes me feel stupid, is that was very unnecessary. But just the non-acceptance of a good result, a little bit dumb. Those are just the types of trades that destroy the mental capital, right? Because you sit there thinking, ooh, I'm owed this, I'm owed that, I'm owed this, I'm owed that, right? Because you saw that on your screen. And so it becomes very easy, right, to then go try to chase to get back to that number. So I'm obviously not going to do that. But that's the pattern of behavior, right, that most people get when they go on tilt, right? So acknowledge it out loud, say it out loud. Okay, what am I going to do differently? Well, I'm going to reset. I'm going to focus on my breathing, going to focus on my posture. And see if I can get a textbook opportunity without just blindly chasing. Again, objectively, not a terrible result. Like, dollars-wise, I mean, I've spent more than $30 on Uber Eats pretty much every day for the last 5 years. But it's how it got to that. That's the frustrating part. NQ back under 6. That's interesting. This motherfucker. Do we try ES again here? Let's see. 54. Didn't fake out under low of day. I think I could target this towards 500. So a 613 stop. It's got to get above 87, get stuffed at basically that green line, to be honest. Basically anywhere between here and here, right, is where you'd like to see resistance step in. So at previous low of day or confirmation candle low. A little bit too fast, right? Did not get stuffed at that area. Breezed through. So now we want to see it get stuffed again, right? Separate away from 600. The 5 min's definitely a little bit more interesting. Maybe getting a little bit of a reversal scenario here. Fake out. Failed bearish move. Let's see. Okay, so let's wait this thing out. Possibly looking for reversals here. Decent candle. Now, 50-70 stop loss. That's a bit of a tough one. So I prefer the aggressive, right? Because then I basically have all these dip buyers defending that level, that low, which I think would be a little bit nicer. Like a little bit more evidence, right? And then that's where I see basically price action defending. So let's see if we can get some separation here. Yeah, not in play on ES. Again, if I could get off maybe in the early 90 range, interesting. But again, I'd prefer the aggress. Looking at 34 to 05. That's 30 points. So we need to pull back into like 28 or so once it breaks out, right? So you're looking stop loss 605. Now we need to see what would a strong trade look like, right? Okay, so strong reversal would be a separation away from 600 that moves quickly and pulls back gently into our area. Right now, we don't have that combo of info yet. So let's see. Okay, so let's watch here. Hasn't made a higher high here yet, so we're not looking or judging this pullback yet. This is still just consolidation. Right, I don't mind waiting for, like, if this candle wants to hang out as an inside bar here for another leg and then break out, I don't mind that because it might give me tighter risk, right? Okay, so now we want to see a gentle pullback. Wouldn't say that's gentle, right? Would not say that that's gentle. Everyone get why I didn't take that trade? Everyone understand? So we wanted to see it hold and close right above previous confirmation high. So couldn't do that on increasing volume, right? So that's flag number one. So we made that breakout, but couldn't hold and close above that area. So inside that video, we talked about what invalidates trades, what doesn't. If we make a new higher high, we should hold our confirmation high, right? Couldn't do that. And then the pullback post that move happened much quicker, right, than the move higher. Right, so the warning sign was that on that 3-minute candle close, you couldn't close above your confirmation high. The confirmation that your idea wasn't strong is that the pullback happened faster than the move higher. Make sense? So if our trade is strong, right, when we make higher highs, we should hold those higher highs. Even if we don't get a position, if our trade is weak, right, it'll make higher highs but not hold them. And then once it makes higher highs or lower lows or whatever and can't hold those moves, very often, right, the sign that, or the bit of price action that basically kind of matches that ends up being a move that happens faster than you expect to like lure you in, right? To get you to chase in. And that move is often a sign of capitulation more than it is of like a continuation. Right? So when we think about that NQ move here on this 3-min, right? The last little bit of this candle was a really quick move on very thin volume above and then under again, right? So it's like that last attempt from bulls, like that exhausted sigh basically from price action to give you that oomph. Right? So that's what we saw and why we knew it was probably reasonable to not take the entry. So again, doesn't mean that necessarily our thesis is dead. It just means that our entry timing is probably would have been wrong. And so if we're wrong on our entry timing, right, what else are we incorrect about? Right, and the point when we drill, right, we teach ourselves, okay, this is what I want to see to be a strong reaction, right? This is what a weak reaction would look like. We can turn our almost like analysis of it into muscle memory, right? So when I define a trade as being strong the same way every single time, or I define a trade as being weak every single time, and create the same behavior around those patterns, then I can build up a muscle memory, right, to my reaction to it. So instead of then feeling as if I need to chase and I need to do whatever, subconsciously, my initial reaction, right, is to then avoid the trade, right, because that's what I'm muscle memory trained to do. So then when the heat of the moment, right, comes around, because I've put in that deliberate practice, I don't end up breaking my rule because my rule is consistent and my reaction to it is consistent, right? It's really easy to break your rules or to make mistakes when every approach or every reaction to price action is different, right? There becomes no pattern to base the ideas off of. And that becomes really, really hard. Right? It becomes really hard to get a consistent approach, right? Because the idea in your head is scrambled. So if you don't like or you weren't happy with that reaction, go to the Start Here channel. And it should be the advanced risk management video. And think about how you can define strong trades versus weak trades. And how you can set up your reaction to be consistent so it can become muscle memory. And you're not like sitting there with analysis paralysis. Still feel dumb from that first trade. Okay. CL here maybe. Targeting 76.50. Closed right at it. So again, maybe we can go back to this NQ reversal thesis here now. Right, again, found support inside that green box we drew out. You guys know my thoughts. I'd always prefer to trade NQ than some other inferior product. Again, we want to see find support, break out, and then turn this like 637, right, into support for a move towards high a day and beyond. Okay, otherwise we're looking at a pullback technique. Could be possible. Why am I using the pullback technique here right now versus the aggressive? Who knows? Yeah, exactly, right? Hasn't made a higher high. The thing that I'm fighting with a little bit is, should I just have my stop loss to be low of day, right? 571, or should it be low of confirmation candle? Good absorption. I would say it definitely feels like 600 is going to get tested here first. Yeah, there we go. So then that makes me feel like it's now time for the low of day stop loss, right? With 571. And you buy the overreaction here. Let's see. Oh, never mind. Never mind. That's just fucking blood. Okay, well that worked out fine. Weird start to the morning. Not sure how I feel about this price action yet today. I feel like it's trying to cause me some pain. And I've done a pretty good job not falling for the trap so far. And just like talking out loud, right? Hearing your logic, thinking, okay, hey, it's close to 600, it's moving down quick to 600, let's see the reaction. It's like buying yourself time to make a decision. It's key. Or it's been a key here today. Good decision to avoid CL so far. And that's interesting. So what do you guys think? ES, NQ, or CL? What do you want to focus on here? What do you think looks best? I think it's NQ as well. Okay, still watching NQ here. Let's see how this closes. 10:15. So we're going to get a 3-min candle too. Okay. Target here would be 400. Okay, so stop loss would have to be 49. Do not want to see this. Be a stubborn prick. Right? If bears are strong, they should be able to stuff this pretty aggressively here pretty quickly. So, say 549 stop loss. We'll round it up, 550. Once we see that fake out lower and then pull back though, right, we know, hey, we got to be patient, right? Because if it's faking out, it shouldn't really pull back much more than our confirmation candle low, right? That should be the point where we see resistance act as support for a downside. It didn't, right? It didn't really respect that level there. So we then know, right, okay, I got to be pretty patient. And again, maybe set myself up, right? So almost like we want the decision-making path to be, like if we make a lower low and it pulls back well above our confirmation low, that's a reason, hey, sit on hands, right? Chew gum, pet dogs. You don't need to be looking for an entry short at that point because you're kind of seeing a bearish failure, right? So now the next logical spot where we're going to see resistance maybe step in is previous low of day, which could then set us back up, right? For another continuation leg here lower, maybe on the next candle. Whoa. This price action is about as frustrating as Jalen Hurts passing the football. I love that, Michael. That's epic. You an Eagles fan? Held on to that passion for life, hopefully. Let's go. Okay, let's see if this can close green. It'd be very powerful if it can. Okay, couldn't. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. Yeah, poor Lions, man. They got smoked. I mean, I try not to brag on here too much, but I'm very much looking forward to the NFC Championship game. First time going to the link, it's going to be epic. Okay, not increasing volume again. Yeah, I hear that, Clark. Hey, sports makes us feel similar pain points, that's for sure. So we're looking now, Norm, for high volume separation either away, so high volume separation on a lower low for a breakdown towards these secondary levels, or we're looking for mean reversion setups to get back up to high a day or that 2R line. And then confirmation always remains the same. So confirmation is always strong candle, increasing outlier volume. So now we're looking for either this, like these setups, right? So these high vol separations away, right, for secondary levels, or we're looking for that fake out and reversal. Hey, for you, Topher, I think you're the champion, right? So I don't know. You might have to flex a bit more on us than that. So still nothing here. Still nothing. So I'm going to be pretty chill for now. Not a very heavy range day so far either. So getting information to be patient. Yeah, good question, Norm. So when I was in 6th or 7th grade, I fell in love with American football. And the basketball team I played for, our jersey had like a Eagles logo on it. And so when I was getting into my fandom, my parents were like, well, we're not going to buy you a jersey. They're too expensive. You're just going to grow out of it. So I already had some quote-unquote Eagles gear. And that was the choice. Yeah, yeah. Plus, the language I use is very Philly-like, so it's a natural fit. So one thing I'm sitting here thinking about a little bit is there's probably a way for us to play these fake outs, these confirmation candle fake outs. Like this here, right? Fake out lower, can't hold. Long, right? Fake out lower, can't hold, goes long. Fake out lower, can't hold, goes long. That might be something there for like a pretty aggressive scalp. Again, fake out lower, can't hold. So like a failed bearish move might be almost a opportunity, right, for a bullish move. That might be worth testing when we get in these types of chop. I don't know if that makes sense, right? But if we're seeing quote-unquote bearish failures, we know that bears are no longer in control. And there could be a setup here to the opposite side. And so it'd be like setup is the fake out lower post confirmation. And then the entry timing, right, would be once it pulls back above the confirmation low or under the confirmation high, you then go the opposite, right? So this candle didn't fake out, right? Broke down all the way, so not a setup. But this one, right, fake out. So then you go fake out under, entry 333, stop loss 24. Right, and try to play that scalp. I'm going to back test that a little bit, but I think there could be something there. I also had maybe this is too much information. I had a dream last night. It's never good when I start dreaming about markets. But I was dreaming about just shorting meme coins into oblivion. So that might be something to play around with here too a little bit. Not quite there yet, Norm. No. Not sure if Fartcoin's gonna become legal tender. What price did you sell at? We'll take a look at this later. So you made a nice 3x, right? You went long at 12. That's a tough one because the mania on that was insane. Oh, I see. Good boy. Good boy. Again, see, right? That's that little fake out higher and then move lower. That's sort of tempting here. So much more aggressive. I gotta play it out a little bit more. And I would say this is probably not as good of a signal because it's not that outlier volume, right? You want it to be purely on a failed confirmation. I don't know if that would make confirmation standards. But again, I'm trying to think creatively, right? Or how are ways that we can trade confirmation? Because if our idea is correct, right, and we're getting confirmation, then if it fails, right, then the opposite's kind of correct. I don't know if that makes sense to everyone. But having a failed confirmation trade would be a nice tool in the arsenal. Right, so that isn't a lower low first. It's when it, like the first move down is like gets you to try to chase. It feels like those, and I need to do some analysis on that, but it feels like those are the ones that then end up reversing pretty dramatically. Does that make sense? You guys kind of get what I'm suggesting, I guess. Michael, if you're in the chat here still, where should I be looking to book hotels or book a hotel in Philly? Where's the spot? I mean, not necessarily. Ah, fair enough. Okay. A little fake out thesis would have worked. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, probably. Beautiful. Do you guys understand what I mean by that fake out thesis though? Does that make sense to people? I want to make sure that that's clear. Before I get caught ranting and raving about Philadelphia. Especially on chop days. Like today's very much a chop day. Yeah, like once you have strong confirmation and then those bears or bulls can't sustain that move, they're unlikely, the thesis would be that they are unlikely to be able to sustain it again in the immediate short term. And then you'd be able to get, you know, pretty tight risk, right? 10 points, 15 points, whatever it might be. Nice work. Let's go. What made you chicken out, Jared? So for now, we're still chilling here, team. We're still chilling. So, Jared, what I'd love to see you start doing then with your entries is start tracking, right? What's my entry versus best entry versus worst entry? And train your gut, right? So after you enter a trade or you don't enter a trade, track, okay, why would this have been a good one? Was my initial gut feeling correct? Was it not? Was it whatever? And then you can build up that tolerance and basically train yourself to be able to see it the right way. Because in the short term, it's always going to feel like you're always going to experience what you are most afraid of, right? So if you're most afraid of missing an entry, your gut is always going to get you to default into feeling as if you're going to miss it. So you counter that by being specific. Thanks for your message, Michael. Let me sit on that for a little bit. But yeah, I think you're pretty spot on. I don't necessarily look at pre-market levels, but definitely seems like every now and then they become pretty important. Or 76.12. So inside bar held above previous high. So CL could be in play here. It's not a fake out yet. Okay. So that potentially is a little bit of a fake out lower. Probably bigger volume than you'd call it for a fake out though, right? So now setting up as a possible rejection thesis. Excuse me. No, maybe not. Fake out, fake out. Dirty little fake out. Oh. Water, man. Feels so good. Okay, so we're definitely looking at CL here. And this would be to the downside, right? This would be to the downside. All right, it's got to hold under our confirmation, previous confirmation candle low, which it did. So absolutely looking for it. So watching CL lower here. Still no fake out lower. Big rejection. Okay. So stop loss 75.94. Give me a little gentle pullback here. All right, sweet. So I'm in at 89. In at 89. Stop loss at 94. I got 8 contracts. And so far, so good here. Maybe not moving as fast as I would have expected. Probably not enough volume either. Not the volume I would have expected on that breakdown. Just about 1R. Okay, give this 15 seconds. My finger is on the close button here across the board. So I wouldn't say this is behaving exactly how I would have wanted. It's a little bit slower, right, than maybe what I would define as super strong. So there, okay, there it goes. Don't want it pulling back much more than this. Okay, so I'm out. Plus 318.79. Again, right, the fake out above our confirmation low, right, our continuation low. That's the reason to get out. And that was the right decision. Definitely the right decision. So the question is, I don't think I can play the reversal here. If it continues to behave strong, guys, I can always look to jump in, right, on another time frame or whatever. But I don't like that it pulls back there. Again, was up a little bit more than what I closed this trade at. But does push me to green on the day, and I gave it time to give me the move. I'd say maybe the only, once I don't get a very strong volume profile post-entry, especially when I was saying, hey, this isn't behaving the way that I want, maybe the only thing I could have done differently there is close that on that flush towards 76, because that move happened a little bit faster maybe than I anticipated, and that could have been my sign to get out. But I'll take it. So that definitely felt sketchy, right? That's the description I have in my journal here. Felt sketchy. Should have closed on the big flush. So okay, puts me green, but not as much as I should have been. So again, right, I don't want to say making mistakes here, but just not getting the amount of follow through that I would have ideally hoped for here so far. Make sense? I don't understand why I closed. So again, I'm trying to be a bit more vocal over my logic here, so hopefully you're finding that helpful. But okay, up 290 bucks on the day here. I've had worse. Don't know if I have the courage for that. Because I'm losing my mind with how cold it is. Oh my gosh. A lot of me problems here today. Sorry. And so now we can maybe look for a 91. This feels a little bit like deja vu to this, though, right? If this was our failed breakdown and happened on low volume, this next candle is not exactly incredible vol. Would that be the fake out there? 7604. Oh, fuck. Maybe it'd be there as a better stop loss. 7606. Not convinced here yet, right? I'm not convinced here yet. Okay, no. Oh, so cold. Oh. So in 2 weeks, I get back to the cottage. And at least if it's cold, I'll have the fire roaring and all that nice stuff. Have to be stopping Hyatt Day at this point. Okay, so again, right, here's going to be a possible confirmation candle. A fake out failed move above that certainly would be back in play here. So it's got to fake out above 09. Still no fake out. NQ back to hovering around 600. Should give me outlier volume on that close. We'll keep an eye on that. That 58 has been a magnet here all morning long, too. Very interesting. Okay, a little low vol fake out. Probably not enough. Everyone green after that second trade here today? Good work, David. Kind of just looking at price action like it might be just a little bit gross right now. So if I'm thinking, hey, this isn't maybe behaving as smoothly as I would have expected here today, getting that indecisive narrative, probably don't need to be hyper aggressive still. And there's still potentially some opportunities here. Again, that's a failed breakout. ES has a potential for that failed breakout move here too. Sorry, no it doesn't. Apologies, no it doesn't. Good close. Then we watch the fake out above, right? Fake out higher, stop loss would be 15 or high a day. So you see an aggressive rejection here. That's going to be the entry opportunity. if I've still seen the fake out though. Just getting stuffed there. It's not actually giving me the fake out. It's not finding a wall of sellers above yet. That's what I'm waiting for. Again, I can't objectively say that that was a clear higher high above, right? So that's why there was no entry, but it's the logic continues to sustain here this morning. Shame. What a difference a penny makes, right? Okay, back in possible business here on the old indexes. Now that's a fake out lower. All right, let's keep an eye here on NQ. Said that quite loud. And in this context, right, it's a little bit later on in the session, so I don't need to be as aggressive with my target here. We're just going to map out risk reward towards high of day. That still gives me plenty of follow through potential if it does give me an oomph. It gives me very tight risk, which I like. Right, that's a win. And then again, right, this gives me a dramatic failure, right? So far, it has potential to fake out, but it hasn't really separated below, right, that confirmation high or low. Now it's starting to do it. In this case, right, I would be surprised to see this turn around and go bullish, right? Because we've already seen bulls fail. So let's see. I got stuffed again. Okay, so we got a little gentle pullback here. So I am in 44.25, 44.25. One contract, just as this is a little bit speculative. $6.56 stop loss. And so far, so good. Again, I kind of want to be protecting this like a psycho, right? But so far, so good. It's got to die here. Okay, come on. Okay, guys, I am out. I am out of this trade. Closed at 43. And I think that was the right call. Again, right? It tested our entry price twice before then getting up and over. So I'm not, I don't need to be pot committed to this when it's probably not behaving the way that I expect. So I'd rather take a $10 win than let this turn into a loss. Understood? Kind of get that? But I do like that thesis. I like that thesis a lot, actually. All right. Try this again, potentially. Freaking freezing. What's going on? Again, would have been stopped out of this, right? So, can't be bitter about that. Sounds good, David. Have yourself a great day. Oh, dude, I can't stand the cold, Mike. It drives me nuts. Just don't know what to do with myself in it. Okay, again, watching CL here, possibly for an upside move. Instant higher high. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, let's watch CL here. So stop would have to be 76.16. Okay, good reaction there. All right, guys, I'm in 76.22, 7 contracts. Hold, hold, hold. Took the stop. Okay. Frustrating. That's not what I wanted to see. Where did my stop need to have been? 15. Oof. So again, now we want to see a fake out over 25. I.e., we want to see this red line fail in its attempt to hold that support, right? If we're going to be bearish, or hold that support if we're going to be bullish. I would say so far so mean. Game of inches here today. Okay, still watching here. So I want to see quick move higher, pull back, then stop loss high of that candle with an entry target, a retest of confirmation high. Okay, so let's see if we can get that quick little pump higher. Boy George. Okay, so still watching for this potential little fake out reaction. And this is a trade, right? That might move very quickly for the decision to enter. So have everything set up already, right? Okay, well now we're looking for just pure shorts. Same stop loss. This one now started to behave a bit more like that pullback entry thesis. So I'm watching that 20 handle for an entry. There's been a good rejection off of that area multiple times here now. Only thing that's slowing me down is this is an inside bar on increasing volume, which makes me feel as if this might not be quite ready for me here yet. $11.30 though. Again, if bulls were strong, why couldn't they make higher highs? Okay, so still watching here, still watching. Trying not to get too galaxy brain. Again, that 20 handle, right, is kind of what I'm interested in. Or above, right? And then also just with the thought back in my mind that maybe this wants to fake out higher first before breaking down. All right, because a double inside bar definitely sets up for some explosive potential. It's a question of, can we get the combo here? Again, it's moving up higher, faster than it's moving down lower. So again, thinking fake out. Okay, fine. I'm still not anything too crazy. Again, that volume on the inside bar is kind of sus. But if bulls were strong, right, why couldn't they make a higher high? This would be the alternative, right? Fake out. 708 would be the, or 7608 would be the stop. Nice work, Patrick. Okay, I am in long 76.16, 7 contracts. $76.08. So far, so good here. Gotta go. Okay, let's see if we can run. Last chance. Okay, guys, I've closed this trade early. Closed this trade early at 13. Can... So just a lot of paper cuts here so far, unfortunately. Still no lower low here. Kind of feels like it might be a fake out again, right? Every time it gets towards those lows, it seems to absorb pretty well. So we either want to see it now flush under this low, right? Or we're going to look for that reversal fake out scenario where we're basically dip buying where we've seen all these wicks, right? Gosh darn it. Is it going to make me do this again? Stop loss of 49, so 50. Oops. Okay, I'm short. 626.25 entry, stop loss 49.75. Targeting low of day. $626.25, one con, stop at $650. So far, so good. And that was using the pullback entry technique because we had not made a lower low yet. Right, so then once you get that fake out above the inside bar, you start to look for opportunities for entry. So let's see if this thing can break down. Otherwise, I'll just take my paper cut and move on. For working man's day here today. Working ladies' day. So far, so good. Okay, we'd love to see it flush under 600 with enthusiasm. Don't really want to see it pull back too far here. A decent move would give me a situation where I could start the pyramid, which would be fun. Okay, held under confirmation low. I'll bring my, if I can get my stop loss to be 612, we'll say, might be a little bit higher. 615. So 606 plus 626 divided by 2, 616. Don't think I can get a pyramid in here. At least not a good one. Come on. Come on, come on. Such low volume on that move higher. Still in this. thinking about a close. So just that lack of volume, right? Makes me think there's still weakness. I'm closer to my stop than I am my entry, so gotta be careful. Come on, come on. Freaking infuriating. 2 trades here today I should have taken profit on. I didn't. Dumb. I got one more shot in me here. About 700 bucks on the day. Everything seems to be going higher. Last attempt here. You're looking at 58 to 39. It's 20 points. That's okay. Otherwise, we're looking at a 58 stop loss breakout over 72. Might be a bit easier here now. Okay, watching here. Still no higher high. All right, so still watching here, still watching. Okay, I'm in 70.25. Now it's going to be short, right? So I'm in short 60.60. Sorry, 660.50 on that fake out. Oh, might be a double jeopardy here. Fuck me. I feel like I got shaken out of that again. So, minus 1183.47 here on the session. I feel a little bit doomed. Okay, I'll try this once more to the upside. Again, watch this fake out. and then buy on the fake out. Again, I want to buy the fake out. That seems to be the only way to not get shaken out of these moves. One of those days. If I didn't have a stop loss here today, I'd be up 3x what I am. Again, that's not a way to think, but worth mentioning. Yeah, I don't like these fake outs, guys, on CL. I'd rather just focus on NQ here. Ken, I don't know if you're in the chat here. You're still in a trade, man. Okay, well, there it is. So 661 long. Two contracts here. Okay, much better though. Much better on this one. Let's see if we can get up and over here. Do you guys understand my entry logic there? I know it's been a bit of a messy day. Does everyone get it? Basically just waiting for that failure, right? See bears fail, see bears fail. What a difference that makes, right? What a difference. Hey, Andrew, great to see you in here. Okay, see how this thing holds. Can't really push my stop loss up. 668 would be nice. I just don't trust that it's going to hold yet. The math to get that to be my average price, not going to work. Okay, see if it's got some legs here, though. See if we got some legs. We're in okay shape. Come on. So that's 200 or 500 bucks, sorry. See if we can break through highs. I still think mean reversion is the easiest look we have. Come on, get over. It's an okay close. Volume's shit, though. So if I could get my stop loss to be 672 here potentially, I might be able to pyramid in. Okay, now too much. It'd have to be now 670. Do some math here quickly. I make my price 666. All right, guys. So I have now a third contract here. Average price 666. Stop at that red line here. Stop at 70. All right, let's see if it's got the legs. Come on, go, go, go. Come on, come on. Ooh. It's making me work. That volume just evaporating is making me just a little bit nervous. That's 600. Okay, I've closed this. So now I'm at 746.93. Okay, good decision. Okay, back in business here. Again, that fake out entry, right, made it easy. Still, today I should be a lot more than I am. Be able to do a little deja vu thing here again. And just scalp the small range. I mean, I'll lose my frickin' mind, but it could be doable. And it's a little fake out, right? Fake out post entry or post volume. So we can get a real one here. Nope, now you're looking for a sell-off. Again, don't chase this. Don't chase this. Set yourself up, right? Be controlled. Getting stuffed at previous resistance. I like. I think this is a good short. So stop would be 67. So let's see. Back up above our confirmation or our previous area of support, right? So no entry here yet. We need to get back under. Okay, now fake out, right? If bears were strong, they wouldn't pull back this far. Okay, I'm back in at 660. Long. 2 contracts. Okay, I'm out, guys. I am out at entry price. I think I can get a better price than that. I think I can get a better price or tighter risk. Entry wasn't perfect right away, so gonna reset. It was giving me a little bit of the nervies. Dumb, maybe, but fuck. So now you're looking for a pullback into 68, stop loss 58. Oh, I just shook myself out there for no reason. Fuck. Okay, still watching here for that 68. Come on, come on. The torture. Oh, the humanity. Man, why did I shake myself out of that? Okay, I'm going to cancel my hanging order. That's at 77. Okay, see if it breaks out and sustains. Otherwise, right, we're looking for that fake out again. Just playing really range bound. How the fuck did I let that happen to me? Okay, 81 stop potentially here. Or again, right, we're looking for a fake out rejection off the opening range. That's looking like the setup. Oops. A little volume divergence reversal into 91. Needs to get back under, though, like this 82. Nice work. Green Day. Let's go. Congratulations. Okay, now we're definitely looking for upside. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Man, I can't believe I shook myself out of that. Makes me feel so dumb. So that was the perfect entry. Absolutely the perfect entry. So pretty deep into overtime here today. But hopefully okay for everyone. Like, I will keep trading as long as I feel like there are setups. Sorry if you had a one-on-one call scheduled. Not sure, excuse me, I'm not sure if I'm super bothered about it not holding 700. Because we haven't really seen that act as support outside of the first 5 minutes of the day. Now, 720 being a target, though, I don't think that that's realistic. It would have to be this 2R. So say stop loss 693. All right, guys, I'm in 702.25. Let's see if this has got the legs. And I'm in 2 contracts here. 2 contracts. Sorry, just watching this initial reaction before I write anything out. Bear with me. It's got to hold above here. It's got to hold above or I will get out. And potentially, right, that tells me then fake out scenario. Gosh, I feel like I'm teeter-totter today. Okay, held 7, but not on volume. Give me a blast off. Come on. Come on, fly, fly, fly. If it fails here, I got to get out, right? If it fails here, I got to get out. See if we can keep going here. See if we can keep going. Okay, better. Man, what a fight today, team. What a fight. All right, so that's 300. So we can get a bit more here. Got a chance. Okay, it's going to be increasing volume by the looks of it. Not a ton of separation, though, right? Oh, weak close. Hey guys, I am out of this at 7:03. It was a very weak close. So $40 on that. Again, we can reset this if it wants to give me a look, but that candle's not a good close. Okay, so then that tells us, right, possible fake out off of 700. Ugh. So now 680 on the day. Really working here today, team. Really working. This mouse is going to drive me nuts. It's not working the way I want. Eight points, 10 points. Again, lower low, lower high, decreasing volume. Okay, guys, I'm in 708.50 short. This is 4 contracts. Two points of risk. So let's see if this thing can flush. We gotta watch this carefully. Okay, guys, I'm out of this. Gonna try again, potentially. Just don't feel comfortable with that little bouncy. All right. So I mean, look, we're cutting in here. 443 now. We are working. Okay, good decision, right? Good decision. So we're just scalping away for these very small moves. Now we're back to that possible long scenario. There's those candles. 703 low. 12 points of risk. Not yet, right? Be careful here still. I think I'd prefer to just see breakout and hold above the range. That would give me a lot more conviction that we're going to get that red to green reversal type scenario. Good volume, right? So we just got to hold above previous high a day, and we should have a very clear path. If it can't hold that, then it's chop on chop on chop, right? That would be the expectation. Weird day here, team. Weird day. Wild and wacky here. Wild and wacky. Alright. That's okay. It's not perfect. So if we're going to go long, this would most likely be best as a long as a fake out entry like we had right at that 61 area. Because then you have a bit of fake out insurance, right, by the time it makes a higher high. Okay, now you're looking at a 709 stop. I am in average price 720.25. Okay, just going one contract here. Maybe a bit early. Just watching this for a second. I'll write it out in a moment. Come on, come on. Last attempt here. I mean, last attempt from Price, not from me. I'm a sicko committed to the cause. Come on, come on, come on. It's got to hold here now. It's got to hold above, right? It's got to hold above. There we go. All right. Hold, baby. I shall make that yellow. Don't think I have the space to pyramid here, but okay. Not bad. Just about 200. Yeah, this is the most I've swam upstream in a long time here. Come on, come on. Alright, so we can keep breaking out here. So we can keep breaking out, but good shape. How's everyone feeling? Good? Not so good? Sharp? Not so sharp? I mean, that's a good entry price, Kiki. I think you're getting good behavior here right now. Yeah, a little bit of a draining day, I agree. Not easy here today. But made it easier on ourselves by losing small when we've been wrong. Again, setting up here possibly for a pyramid. Let's see. What I would think about, Kiki, right, is what would make you now wrong besides a P&L thing, right? So if this trade stops behaving in some way, how would you know that you're incorrect before looking at your P&L? So for myself, right, I want to be seeing higher highs hold with strong candle shapes and with good volume, right? Ideally, I want to see like 2 out of 3 of those things happen. Right now, we're getting all 3, which for me is telling me, right, that I'm pretty correct on my thesis. So I have a chance here. Again, the mistake that I've made a little bit here today that has made my life more complicated than it needs to have been is I've not been good enough at taking my trades off as my P&L is increasing. All right, so I want to focus on doing that. See if this thing can hold 730 here. A little bit of a dump. Okay, close. Okay. Normal body bullish candle, right? Normal body bullish. So let's see if I can push it up maybe towards like a 728 stop loss. Okay, so average price for me is now 725. Stop loss is going to be low of this candle, 770, 726.75, and I have 4 contracts now. Let's see if it can go here. It's got a pump. Otherwise, I'll just get out, take the small. It's 600 bucks now, so it's not bad. Has a chance, though. Has a good chance. Come on, come on, come on. They're so close. Craig, are you still in here? So I know we've got a call booked in 5 minutes. So I might reschedule you if still in this trade. Just heads up. Unfortunately, this is the priority, if that's okay. Again, so far so good here. So far so very good. Fuck me, man. What a day. So, sorry about the cursing here, team. Okay, it's got to hold, right? It's got to hold above 35. Ideally above 40, right? That's best case Ontario. Okay, did it. Okay, now I'm going to have a possible opportunity to pyramid again. All right, see where this thing pulls back. So I can get 736. Average price right now is 725. Still no. This is such a funny day, guys. What a wild and wacky life we live. I'm going to be trading till 6 o'clock at this rate. Come on, come on. Again, we want to see this candle close like strong candle body, right? Holding above previous highs and ideally on increasing volume, right? We want 2 out of 3. So that's 1400. Do you guys get what I mean by that when I say 2 out of 3? Does that make sense? So it's got to hold above the high, strong candle shape, strong volume profile, right? If we're identifying what strong price action would look like, those would be the triggers. We need like the balance of powers to suggest, right? So now I'm going to try to push my stop loss to be like 38.25. So we get a little breakout here. Kiki, you still in this? Love it. Feels easier to hold on to trades, right? When you define how you want them to behave, right? Let's go, Bert. Love it, man. Okay, I'm starting to think about maybe. This is a lot of green candles in a row. And I'm really trying to focus on closing as my P&L is increasing, right? Let's see if it's got some legs here. That's nearly 1,500. Still only have those 4 contracts. Haven't found the confidence for another entry here. Let's go, Kiki. Congratulations. Nice work. Bunch of ruthless killers in here. Today's the I didn't hear no bell South Park meme. Let's go, Cabo. Here we go, team. I know it sounds sometimes dumb how often I repeat myself, but the ability to lose small makes it easier to survive the short-term variance, right, of your intraday decisions. He's watching here. It's starting to look like a fake out. Okay, I'm out. I will take that all day long. So now we're starting to look for a possible bearish scenario, right, on that fake out. And get us back down towards 7. Great trade, team. Great trade. Whew. Okay, so I'm at 676.12 positive on the day. Fuck me. Okay, I don't know if I would have ever held to that 721 retest. Back to entry price only for it to go here. I don't think that would be a great idea. Trades is a lot today. 1, 2, 3. Okay, back in business here, right? Can try this again for that next leg. Again, I'm just trying to trade every setup I see. Kind of like a double fake out. And any entry, guys, if I'm going to be looking for a long here, This is about the area. It's 12 points of risk. So we just go down just a little bit more here. $718.50 would have to be the stop. Right, on the pullback, too much. So I'd like to see it under 730. Interesting. Everyone breathing? Everyone okay? Let's go, Mike. We are fighting today. But hey, now green on the day, right? Cannot complain about that. And again, good evidence, right? You lose small, you keep that variance in-house, and you're going to end with a higher probability of green days, or a higher percentage of green days. So I like that very much. The possible entry here for a long would be under that inside bar low. Right, you'd want to see a fake out under that yellow line, or right, a high vol breakout up and over. Sorry for cutting into people's 101 times here today. Okay, so now it needs to get over 45, right? And then a pullback into this 1303 high. To stop at 32. Make sense? Okay, there's that breakout. So now we want to see a gentle pullback into 45 and not really too far beyond that. Careful. Within a tick. Too fast, right? Too fast now under that area of support. Again, makes you start to feel fake out, right? See if he gets stuffed now at this like 50 handle, right? Little fake out above. Could not hold above previous confirmation high. So another little fake out getting stuffed at 50 would definitely give me an opportunity to play. Right, see how quickly that move happened on low volume? That's definitely a sign of potential capitulation here. Held up pretty well. Okay, let's see again. Today's making me laugh. Again, I don't think I would have ever expected myself to have held through that 1 o'clock candle. I think that would have been very unrealistic. Okay. Again, we don't want to see it pulling back too far. Stop at 754 for now, right? Don't be in a rush. Does give me a lot of flexibility with my sizing, but I don't want to rush this, right? Okay, guys, I'm in 58.25. 58.25. Stop at 54.25. And that's 4 contracts. Come on. Sorry, there's not a ton of buffer on this here yet, and P&L moves quick, so I haven't written this down. Just be patient with me. But 58.25, 4 contracts. Okay, just closed it there. Just closed it there, guys. Just closed it there. That move happened way faster than I was expecting. Just get out. Close price at 72. Oh, no, sorry. Fill price 670.25. Fill price 670.25. Let's go. For plus 820. So it's turned into a pretty nice day here. I don't think I'm going to do anything else now. So 1494.38. I mean, look, Bert, you can get out here still, right? Like if you haven't closed your trade, you can still close it here. But well done here, team. Nice work, Michael. Nice work. And breathe. Whew. All right, I'm not going to place any further trades here. I feel a little bit greasy. I don't know. Not greasy in a bad way, but like I need to take a shower, it feels like. Nice work, Kyle. Let's go, man. 1,600 bucks. That's fantastic. That's one, right? I mean, the thesis keeps playing out, right, guys? We manage our positions, right? We manage our winners. We've had one red day on the year, right? You can't really complain about that. All right, guys, any questions here? Any questions? There we go. Let's go, Rand. Let's go. Exactly what we try to focus and preach, right? So I love, 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 love that you guys are taking that to heart. Because losing small keeps us, right, in a chance to be green. Where then we can take a lot more decisions, right, and smoothen out that P&L curve. But if we choose to not be good losers early, it's going to be really, really hard for us to ever make back those losses. So that is fantastic, man. I love to see that. That is exactly what we try to focus on. Yeah, times have changed, Rusty. Times have changed. I think I'm less scared of being wrong now, I would say. It's probably the big difference. Whew. Yeah, great trading day, team. Great trading day. Some point here, maybe we start, this will be something to think about, but we open up the day maybe at 9:30, do our prep first 30 minutes of the day, and then trade after that 30-minute. That might be the only other thing that's kind of wrapping around my silly little head. So what's confusing to you, Eric? Are you inside the Discord? Eric, are you in the Discord, man? All right, team. Final call for questions here. Final call for questions. Craig, I'm going to have to reschedule him, man. I'm so sorry. All right, guys, final call for questions here. Final call for questions. All right, guys, final call. Final call. Forever hold your peace. All right, team. Well, if no further questions, I'm going to kill the stream here for the day. Good work, everybody. Right? Fantastic trading here. Had to work hard, to be honest, for a living here, unfortunately. Not what I expected at the start of the Trump presidency. But I'll take it, right? Green is green. We'll have to figure out the art of the deal here going forward. But no real complaints. I think I did probably make a few mistakes here today. As in, like, didn't protect my winning position, especially that first trade. I think that set me on just a little bit more of like a maybe creative is the right way of describing it, but certainly made things a little bit more challenging, right, for me than it should have been. And that's just a self-inflicted wound for not protecting well enough. So allowed like a $900 win basically turned into like a break-even trade. Shouldn't have been the case, right? But besides that, no real complaints here. Had to work hard, had to fight back, had to not allow price action to be personal, and did a very good job of that here today. But I'm losing my voice. I'm running out of juice in my lungs. So it's time to go take the dog here for a quick walk, and then catch up with a few of you here in our one-on-ones. If you had a call scheduled earlier, right, I have rescheduled you to Thursday. So apologies for that. Hopefully those timings work. If not, please let me know. But have yourselves a great day, team, and we shall talk soon.